Live team coverage of the most closely watched races on the ballot, including the race for governor. That seat is wide open with Republican incumbent Brian Kemp unable to run again due to term limits. Governor Kemp has not endorsed a candidate in the race to succeed him. 7 Democrats are on the ballot fighting to flip the governor's mansion blue. Georgia hasn't had a Democratic governor since Roy Barnes left office back in 2003. Meanwhile, on the Republican side of the ballot, it's an 8-man race to keep the Republican Party in control of Georgia's top office. The GOP has held the governorship for the past 23 years, and we are keeping a close watch on the race for U.S. Senate. Democratic incumbent Jon Ossoff is running unopposed. He will be his party's nominee in November, defending his Senate seat for the first time since being elected in 2021. U.S. senators serve 6-year terms. 5 Republican candidates are battling tonight for the chance to face off against Senator Ossoff in November in a contest that national Republicans see as maybe their best opportunity to pick up a U.S. Senate seat. Republicans will be fighting to maintain their control of the U.S. Senate in Washington. Another big statewide contest, the race for lieutenant governor. 5 current and former Republican state lawmakers on the ballot here, hoping to earn the GOP nomination to serve as second in command to whoever wins the governor's mansion in November. There are 3 Democrats who are running for lieutenant governor, including 1 current and 1 former state senator. The race for Secretary of State is flooded with people looking to take on the responsibility of running Election Day like today. 4 Democrats are fighting for their party's nomination. On the GOP side, 5 candidates on the ballot running for a job that's really come under major scrutiny in the years since the 2020 election, when President Trump lost the state of Georgia, alleging widespread voter fraud. Georgia voters will also elect a new chief law enforcement official this year. On the Republican side, state senators Bill Cowsert and Brian Strickland are squaring off for the chance of being Georgia's next attorney general. As for the Democrats, it's a contest between State Representative Tanya Miller and former State Rep Bob Trammell. Also up for grabs this year, every seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, including all of Georgia's 14th congressional districts. The voters in at least 4 of those districts will elect a new representative. That's because there are no incumbents on the ballot. House members serve for 2-year terms. And tonight we are watching it all unfold live. In order for a candidate to win tonight, he or she will need to break the 50% mark. And since there are so many races with crowded fields, it is more likely than not that a lot of these races will not have an outright winner by the end of the night tonight. So if and when that happens, the top 2 vote getters will face off in a runoff election next month. Those runoffs will be held Tuesday, June 16th. So, of course, we will be keeping an eye out not only for who gets the most votes tonight, but on whether they can get to that 50% plus 1 total to win it outright. All right, let's go to my on-the-record co-host, A&F political reporter Doug Reardon, who is joining us tonight from Butts County. Doug is at the election watch party tonight for Republican gubernatorial candidate Burt Jones. This is the lieutenant governor who has the endorsement, Doug, of President Trump.
Yeah, and Rick, we've talked about this a lot in the last couple of weeks of how much of a test this will be for the gold standard that is the Trump endorsement for a lot of candidates. And certainly we've seen this year in states like Louisiana and in Indiana, where he is endorsed against incumbent Republicans and really done pretty well with his choices there. So while there is no front runner in this race, there was a time where that's exactly what Burt Jones would have been considered. He was second in command. He did a very effective job of leading the Senate and as being a state senator from this area of Butts County for many, many years before his ascension to lieutenant governor. But then Rick Jackson entered the race, and boy, did things take off. This is now the most expensive Georgia governor's race in history. We have Burt Jackson putting $20 million of his own money into this campaign, as well as Rick Jackson putting about $83 million of his own money. If you took Rick Jackson's contributions to himself just alone, that would still make it the most expensive gubernatorial race in history. And we got a chance to talk to Burt Jones just last week about tonight. He said he's feeling very confident, and anything less than an outright win, 50 plus 1% of this vote, would be a disappointment for him. The former Georgia football captain put it to me in sports terms.
And put it in football terminology, you know, we're not looking at overtime. We're playing for the win on Tuesday. If it doesn't happen on Tuesday night, which I'm hoping and thinking it will, then we'll be ready for the next round if we have to.
Yeah, and remember, guys, that because of House Bill 202 that was passed a couple of years ago in the wake of the 2020 election, we have to get some level of reporting between 7 and 8 o'clock. They will very likely be the early returns from absentee ballots and some in-person votes. But any minute now, we should be getting that first batch of dumps for our election results. So we're going to be keeping an eye on things here. We know this could be a late one because we have more votes to count than we have in a long time. Over 1 million people voting early, over 1 million people voting in person today. So these poll workers have a lot of stuff to do between now and that first reporting, mandatory reporting period that ends at 8 o'clock. Rick?
All right, Doug, we'll be checking back with you. And as Doug was mentioning, the push to keep the Republican Party in control of the governor's mansion has already resulted in one of the most expensive primary elections in the history of the state. And that is thanks in part to billionaire healthcare executive Rick Jackson, who has never held political office. He got into the governor's race in February. And as Doug said, he has spent upwards of $83 million of his own dollars to win the party's nomination tonight. Atlanta News First anchor Sydney Stallworth is with the Jackson campaign, and she joins us live. So how are things looking there as we wait for these first numbers, Sydney, to come in?
Well, Rick, I can tell you that the seats have started to fill here. We just heard Doug mention that Burt Jones is hoping to avoid a runoff here at the Rick Jackson camp. They are preparing for one. A spokesperson for Jackson saying that Jones, quote, always talks a big game, but it's the results that matter. Now, there are 8 candidates on the ballot for voters to choose from when it comes to the Republican nominees for governor tonight, or Republican candidates, rather. The latest polls show that Jackson and Jones are at the top. Voters will decide which Republicans' names will be on the ballot come November. And the rivalry has been seen throughout this race. Multiple lawsuits filed by Jackson against Burt Jones since entering the governor's race. Both campaigns releasing attack ads targeting each other. Now, Rick Jackson posted on X today a reminder to voters of his stances, promising to make Georgia the most affordable state in America, cut property and income taxes, and send power back to Georgians, not the, quote, political cartel. Now, this billionaire businessman has branded himself as a political outsider to appeal to voters. We've also been talking quite a bit about the amount of money that has been spent on this campaign, some of the most in the entire country, let alone Georgia. So once those results roll in, we'll start to see whether or not it is paying off. That's the very latest. From here at the Omni, I'm Sydney Stallworth, Atlanta News First.
Sydney, thanks very much. So this is a midterm election year, meaning it falls at the midway point of a president's term. And historically, the party that is not in power outperforms the party that is. So in this cycle, it's the Democrats who are favored, as opinion polls show voters disapprove of the job that President Trump is doing on many different questions. His approval ratings are low on things like the economy, inflation, gas prices, the war with Iran, also very unpopular. The president's still very popular with his base, but not with Democrats and not so much with independent voters, who of course hold so much sway in these elections. So all of this has Democrats feeling hopeful this year. Going after the anti-Trump vote has become a big part of the pitch for Democrats, including in the race for Georgia governor. One of those candidates is former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Atlanta News First Alani Latang is with the Bottoms campaign in Atlanta tonight. So what's the mood there, Alani?
Yeah, so they're getting ready to welcome in their supporters as the polls are starting to close, but it's still too early to make this call. And Keisha Lance Bottom has probably the most recognizable name here as the front Democratic runner for governor. She was the mayor during the pandemic, serving a single term here, and got some criticism from her constituents, or and for her contenders. But the campaign tells me they're confident that she will have success here in the primaries. Now as that front Democratic runner, Bottoms is campaigning on lower everyday costs, affordable health care, and protecting voting rights. She's also guaranteeing pre-K for every 4-year-old in the state. Her Democracy First agenda outlines new protections for voting rights, protecting election workers, and restoring trust in election administration. Now, she is running against 6 other candidates, including State Representative Derek Jackson, former Republican, now Democrat Jeff Duncan, and former State Senator Jason Estevez. And it's been more than 2 decades since the state has seen a Democratic governor, but her campaign says they have the momentum.
She's a leader, and she has that executive experience that Georgians need in this moment. And again, as we see the chaos coming from the federal government that's costing folks their jobs, raising prices, she has plans to lower those costs. She has plans to protect Georgians from the chaos that's coming from Washington.
Right, and that excitement, as we've been talking about from the Democrats here, we've seen nearly 57% of those early voting ballots cast in the Democratic primary. But for now, reporting live inside the Hyatt Regency downtown Atlanta, I'm Alani Latang, Atlanta News First.
All right, Alani, we'll be checking back with you soon, I'm sure. And we are just getting started here tonight. Coming up next on The Record, the race for U.S. Senate and Republican candidates pushing to kick Jon Ossoff out of office after one term. Totals are coming in, and one of those races to decide which Republican will face off in the general election against incumbent U.S. Senator Democrat Jon Ossoff, who is running unopposed for the Democratic nomination. 5 Republican candidates are competing for that right tonight. Atlanta News First is bringing you team coverage from inside the watch parties for the leading candidates in that race. Let's go to Atlanta News First senior reporter Patrick Quinn, who is with the campaign for Congressman Mike Collins tonight in Jackson, Georgia. And fill us in. What's it like over there in these early hours?
Rick, people are starting to fill in the room here in Jackson, and there's a lot to chew on with this race, as you know, for U.S. Senate, especially for the Republican primary. We have two sitting U.S. congressmen against an otherwise political outsider who happens to have the endorsement of the governor here in Georgia. So I'm really interested to see how this one shakes out. And Congressman Mike Collins, he went on social media today. He thanked his supporters. He recognized that he may not have put the most money into this campaign, into advertising, and yet most polls see him as the front runner in this race. The question will be, will he clear that 50% threshold tonight, or will we see a runoff? His campaign told me that they're feeling optimistic and confident heading into today. I'm told that Congressman Collins, he was actually able to vote during early voting, so today is a lot of watching and waiting. And Congressman Mike Collins, he's enjoying his first term in office. He, of course, is looking to switch over to the U.S. Senate and take on Jon Ossoff. We'll see how the returns look tonight. Again, the energy started to come alive a little bit more here from Jackson. We're in Butts County. Patrick Quinn, Atlanta News First.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, Congressman Collins entered the race for Senate last year after Governor Brian Kemp said that he would not run. Instead, the governor threw his support behind a longtime friend, former football coach Derek Dooley. Dooley, of course, a very famous name here in the Peach State. Atlanta News First anchor Joe Gorcho joins us now from the Dooley watch party at the Battery tonight. Hi, Joe.
Rick, good evening to you, and there's plenty of excitement and positive energy inside the park bench as we wait for those results to come in, and a lot of that you can attribute to, Rick, to the polling numbers over the last couple of weeks. I know Patrick Quinn mentioned that Mike Collins is polling as the front runner here, but the gap is closing, and it certainly appears that this race is going to a runoff. So the former football coach, to use some football lingo here, he's just trying to get to halftime, and he feels like he's in a good position in this race. Now, when I was speaking with the campaign, they were telling me it's kind of like a football game, but not at the same time. They put in the preparation, but unlike Saturdays, where maybe you can make some adjustments and put players in different positions, at this point, it's in the voters' hands. There's nothing you can do but sit and watch and wait for the results to come in. But they certainly feel that they put themselves in a great position with the campaign message. Obviously, they have the endorsement of Governor Brian Kemp, and that was key in this race and seeing those poll numbers surge. But also they feel that their message as well has resonated with Georgians as well, especially with that Georgia First contract. If you go to his campaign website, you'll see some of those promises he intends to keep, which is one of them, not serving more than 2 terms. He doesn't believe that there should be career politicians here. He is the political outsider in this campaign, and he believes change in Washington starts by not having people make a career out of it. The second is holding himself accountable if he wins. He plans to hold at least 10 town halls a year to make himself accountable to Georgians. He's hoping those messages, along with the support from Governor Kemp, put him into a position to make a runoff, and then we'll see what the next 4 weeks look like. But a lot of enthusiasm and energy in the building here tonight, Rick.
All right, Joe Gorcho, thanks. We'll be checking back with you, Joe. Also on the ballot in the race for U.S. Senate on the Republican side, Congressman Buddy Carter. Atlanta News First Bridget Spencer joins us from the Carter Watch Party in Sandy Springs tonight. Hi, Bridget.
Hey, the watch party is just kicking off here in a few minutes at 7:30, and we have noticed just within the last couple of minutes some of Carter's supporters starting to file in here at the Hudson Grill, certainly feeling optimistic, supporting their candidate. Now, on paper, Buddy Carter is actually the most experienced candidate in the GOP primary in this case. Now, we have 4 other people, as you talked about, vying to unseat U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff this November. Now, Carter, who is originally from Chatham County, served as mayor of Pooler, Georgia, before joining the General Assembly, then on to Congress, now representing Georgia's 1st congressional district. So a lot of political experience here. He is no stranger to politics. He's also a self-proclaimed MAGA warrior, hoping to push President Donald Trump's agenda forward. So something that's really come up lately is his push to have more ICE presence here in the state of Georgia. That's something the Trump administration has been talking about as well. As we mentioned, supporters are starting to file in here at the Hudson Grill. We're going to bring you updates later on as we carry on through the night and get some of those results. We're live from Sandy Springs. Bridget Spencer, Atlanta News First.
All right, Bridget, thanks very much. We'll check back with you. On the Record, Election Night Live continues. Coming up after the break, we'll talk about 2 nonpartisan races that are now putting Georgia's legal system in the spotlight. That's straight ahead. Live on the record as results begin to pour in from those primary races all across our state. Now, most of the candidates on the ballot are fighting for the right to run in November's general election, but the votes cast in the 3 races for the state Supreme Court are final. 2 of those races drew challengers for sitting justices. In the race between trial lawyer Miracle Rankin and incumbent Justice Charlie Bell, we see those early results coming in with Charlie Bethel there with the lead. Former Democratic State Senator Jen Jordan is challenging presiding Justice Sarah Warren. You can see again the incumbent justice there, Sarah Warren, with a lead. Again, this is in the very early going. Now, those races are technically nonpartisan, but Jordan and Warren are being backed by the Democratic Party of Georgia. And on Monday, a federal judge barred the state's judicial watchdog from publicly accusing them of ethics violations. The ruling also condemned campaign ads where Jordan and Warren pledged to, quote, restore abortion rights if elected. Coming up next on the record, results pouring in on this election night. We are digging into the crowded race for lieutenant governor when we come right back as we take a look at some of the candidates in those primary contests. We'll have all the latest numbers for you right now, right after this.
First, this is a special edition of On the Record, Election Night Live.
And right now, results are pouring in across Georgia. It is election night, primary night, and it's all unfolding on the record I'm Rick Bolbaum. Thanks so much for joining us on this primary election night 2026. The polls have closed in most places. Millions of voters have made their decisions. Your votes are being tabulated right now. One polling site in Sandy Springs is still hard at work after a nearby police investigation actually had to shut that location down for voters for a number of hours earlier today. Atlanta News First anchor Wale Alayu is live in Sandy Springs, where nearby voters, Wale, are going to have a few more hours to vote, right?
A few more hours, you're right, Rick. Within the last hour, the election board told us that a judge approved people to come here and vote until 11:02. That is the exact time. Now, they were closed for several hours. They reopened at 4, and from about 4 for a couple hours, the line was packed inside, and the line came out till right about here. But things, as you can see, the line has died down at this hour. So why are people allowed to vote until 11:02? Well, as mentioned, for several hours today, that judge extended for 4 hours and 2 minutes to be exact, because from 11:58 a.m. until 4 p.m. today, nobody could vote. That's because local law enforcement blocked off the area for several hours due to calls of a suspicious person dressed in military-style gear who went into the woods nearby after an alleged dispute, followed by another phone call of gunshots in the area. So out of an abundance of Ison Springs Elementary went on a soft lockdown, meaning anyone who came here to vote was turned away until things reopened at 4 p.m.
I came at 2:40 and the police were blocking the entrances, and he said, "There's an incident, you have to leave." And I said, "Was it involving a gun?" And he said he didn't want to answer. Then I started looking online and I saw that there was a man on the loose on Bull Sluice Lake where I live, and I was like, lovely.
She was one of the first people that showed up when things reopened at 4. Again, the lines were out the door for a couple hours, but they have since died down. Again, folks, you still have until 11:02, so a few more hours left if you were affected by the delays earlier today. For now, it's the very latest live in Sandy Springs tonight. Wale Aliyu.
All right, Wale, thanks very much. Well, Georgia's primary turning into a late night, as you just heard. Turnout is pushing 2 million, but some precincts are staying late. Atlanta News First reporter Abby Kasouris live outside Georgia's election hub. So how much could this slow down the reporting of tonight's results, Abby?
Well, it can change the pace even just a little. We're trying to paint the picture of as some of these votes come in, and that picture, it's a little bit harder with those missing pieces. With some problems in Fulton and Cobb counties, we're still waiting to see what will happen in those precincts. Slight delays there, but we're waiting on the press conferences that'll start rolling in as we get a better picture as to what we're looking at. Still, we're nearing about 2 million voters. We've got an update. Our last update was that more than 850,000 people have voted today alone. They expect to cross the 2 million mark tonight. In Fulton County, one precinct staying open past 11 after a public safety lockdown near the polling location shut voting down for a stretch. Officials are making up for that lost time, allowing for those people to continue to vote tonight. But in Cobb County, several precincts are staying open late after check-in delays. The state says the problem wasn't widespread. It came down to how some sites loaded voter information at the start of the day.
It had to do with the way that they imported the voter file for those particular precincts. The import went well in 158 counties and in most of the Cobb counties, but they had an issue with the way they imported the voter file and just completing the process.
The bulk of voter information will still be rolling in throughout the night. We'll also be checking to see if those extensions continue as well and what will happen with those later tonight. Live in Atlanta, Abby Kasouris, Atlanta News First.
All right, Abby, we'll check back with you. Thanks very much. 7 Democrats are on the ballot fighting to flip the governor's mansion blue. Georgia, once again, has not had a Democratic governor since Roy Barnes left office in 2003. On the Republican side of the ballot, it's an 8-man race to keep the Republican Party in control of Georgia's top office. The GOP has held the governorship for the past 23 years, and you can see that with a very limited number of votes coming in, some of the early tabulations there. Again, Mike Collins, who has been the front runner, does have the early lead here. 5 Republican candidates are battling tonight for the chance to face off against Senator Ossoff in November. And again, this is a contest that national Republicans are looking at as perhaps their best opportunity to pick up a U.S. Senate seat. Republicans will be fighting to maintain their control of the U.S. Senate in Washington. Let's take a look here. The race for Secretary of State flooded with people who, if they win, not only the nomination tonight, but the general election in November, they would be in charge of running election days like today, an election night. 4 Democrats fighting for that party's nomination. On the Republican side, 5 candidates on the ballot running for a job that really has come under a lot of scrutiny in the years since 2020, the election when President Trump lost the state of Georgia, alleging widespread voter fraud. Gabriel Sterling, who is running for this position, was in office as one of the deputies in 2020. Georgia voters will also elect a new chief law enforcement officer this year. On the Republican side, state senators Bill Cowsert and Brian Strickland squaring off there. You see Brian Strickland with a healthy lead here in the early going in the race for the Republican Attorney General nomination. For the Democrats, it's a contest between State Representative Tanya Miller and former State Rep Bob Trammell, with Tanya Miller again in the early goings here with the early lead. In another big statewide contest, the race for lieutenant governor, 5 current and former Republican state lawmakers are on the ballot. You can see they're all bunched together pretty tightly there with John Kennedy in the lead. These men are hoping to earn the GOP nomination to serve as second in command to whoever wins the governor's mansion in November. And these are the Democrats who are running for that position to win their party's nomination, with Josh McLaurin and Nabila Parks really neck and neck here in the early going while the early votes are being counted. This is a race that voters tend to overlook for an office that really does wield a lot of power. All right, let's go now to my on-the-record co-host, ANF political reporter Doug Reardon, who is joining us from Butts County tonight. This is the election night watch party for the Lieutenant Governor, Burt Jones. Jones, of course, Doug, the sitting Lieutenant Governor. He is now running for Georgia's top spot, the governorship. Let's focus on the race for Lieutenant Governor, though, because that's a very important race as well.
It sure is, Rick, and I think people don't always understand that you do not elect a ticket here in Georgia. There is no governor and lieutenant governor ticket. You're electing someone who, in some cases, may not always have the best relationship with whoever it is that is governor. And there were times where we certainly saw the relationship between Governor Brian Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones be a bit strained when it came to some of the things they had policy differences on, some of the priorities that they had in their own minds. But whoever wins that lieutenant governor role is going to be replacing Burt Jones and could, in fact, be working under him. And, of course, we have a lot of experience in that race. Many of the people who are running in it have already served in the state Senate. And I think that as we've talked to voters about this race, that is what they want, is someone who knows the apparatuses, knows what levers to pull in that state Senate to get things done. Certainly, Burt Jones, being a savvy politician and being a sitting state senator from here in the Jackson-Butts County area, knew exactly how to do that and certainly wielded that power often. There were times where there would be bills coming up for a vote that he would pull off the table, or in fact, when it came to, for example, the income tax elimination that he promised in his campaign ad before it was even a thought in the legislature, really trying to advance that this year during that most recent session. And so when we look at the breadth of experience that we have, again, 3 senators that were up until a couple of months ago, many of them sitting state senators, including John Kennedy, who helped get the anti-Semitism bill passed. We have people like Blake Tillery, who worked on the income tax elimination and eventual income tax reduction this year. And of course, we have Senator Greg Zolazal, who was a driving force behind some of the election changes that never got done this year. Then on the Democratic side, you have maybe 2 of the most outspoken current and former members of the Democratic side of the state Senate, and that is Senator Josh McLaurin, who has spoken up against Republican policies, really to the point where he has put some comedy behind the way that he talks about Republican policy. There have been many, many times where one of his counterparts, Nabila Parks, who eventually ended up running for lieutenant governor after first saying she was going to run for insurance commissioner, has done the same thing. And so this has been kind of an under-the-radar, fiery competition for this lieutenant governor job. We expect, of course, at least on the GOP side, this to go to a runoff, and whoever is going to end up in that position certainly will know exactly what they're doing, and we expect will do it very often in terms of wielding power in the position that they have as lieutenant governor and as leader of the Senate. Rick, we'll send it back to you for now.
All right, we have some breaking news that we want to tell you about right now. We have our first call of the night. The Associated Press has called the Democratic primary in the race for Attorney General for Tanya Miller, the state representative, beating Bob Trammell, the former state representative, in that race by a very healthy margin. Again, this is the Democratic primary for Attorney General with Tanya Miller, the projected winner by the AP, our first victory of the night that we can report for you. And of course, we will be checking in at all of the different candidate watch parties. But now we want to check in with and welcome for the first time our esteemed panel. Dr. Rashad Ritchie is a social justice advocate and host of the show Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Political science professor and A&F political analyst Dr. Ben Taylor is here. And we're also very happy to welcome Courtney Kramer, who is chairwoman of Protecting Democracy PAC and former Republican nominee for Fulton County District Attorney. Thanks for all of you for joining us here on this special election night. And Ben, let me start with you as the sort of political scientist here of the crew. Going into tonight, all of the money has been spent, the ads have been run, the campaign stops have been made. What are you most looking for? What is your biggest takeaway, do you think, going to be at the end of all of this?
Well, my biggest takeaway is how many of these candidates in these crowded races can make it into the top two. You want to avoid a runoff if at all possible, because every minute that you don't spend running for the general election is a minute you never get back. So runoffs are not fun for anybody. But to the extent that you want to make it to the general, you got to get into the runoff. And that really comes down to turnout, who's turned out their base, where are the bases turning out, what regions of the state. A lot of these candidates come from different regions, and all that's going to matter. But the big enchilada is the metro Atlanta area. And so who's getting votes in that area is going to be really crucial for both parties.
As you take a look at the Republican races, Courtney, and of course, these are candidates also trying to avoid a runoff in those big matches. What are you most looking out for?
We're going to look out for the Burt Jones, Rick Jackson race right now. Having Rick Jackson come in last minute with no political experience, a businessman. We haven't had a candidate come in since 1994. Guy Milner came in with a business name with no political experience, and he won the Republican primary then, but then lost to Zell Miller 51 to 49% then. So if Jackson does pull it off, it will be a feat that I've never really seen in my lifetime. But additionally, I think we're also looking for on the Republican side voter turnout, kind of like Ben was saying, that's huge. Voter turnout in a non-presidential election year is so low for Republicans, especially in the Republican primary. But we have so many statewide elected officers running in these races. So it'll be very interesting to see that voter turnout, especially, in our Secretary of State's race, our Lieutenant Governor's races. We haven't called that yet, but our governor's race. And then additionally, keeping our justices on the Supreme Court here in Georgia with Charlie Bethel and Sarah Warren.
In those nonpartisan races.
Correct.
That, of course, we'll be watching as well, because they're not primaries tonight. Those are the winners tonight, are the winners of those races. Rashad, this is projected to be a big year for Democrats. We've just had our first call of the night with Tanya Miller winning the Democratic nomination for Attorney General here in the state. What are you most watching out for tonight?
It's interesting. So one, this election transcends politics for many Democrats. This is the awakening giant. The awakening giant that says no to voter suppression. The awakening giant that says we don't want a government that goes in the direction of allowing Fulton County to be raided by the Department of Justice. And so there's this bigger dynamic that transcends politics as usual. And to counter my esteemed colleagues, with no disrespect, I don't believe avoiding a runoff is as good as people think. And here's why. Typically, the battle is less of a headache for the candidate. But if there's a runoff on the Republican side and you don't have a runoff on the Democratic side, the Republican gets all of the earned media. We will talk about the Republican election. Those Republicans get to raise more money. Those Republicans get to articulate their message even more so. The Democrat gets put on the sideline during a runoff of the Republican counterpart. So I don't believe it is as much of a favored outcome as some people may suggest.
All right, Rashad, Courtney, Ben, stand by, please. Still ahead on the record, control of the U.S. House of Representatives up for grabs. We'll tell you what races we're watching right after this. Right now, control of Congress is on the line. Every seat in the U.S. House of Representatives is up for grabs this election year, including in Georgia's 14 congressional districts. And Georgia voters will elect new representatives in at least 4 of those districts, including the ones currently represented by Congressman Mike Collins and Buddy Carter, both of whom are running for the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate. Barry Loudermilk's seat is also wide open after the congressman announced his retirement back in February. And the race for Congressional District 13 opened up last month after the death of longtime lawmaker Congressman David Scott. 6 Republicans are trying to replace Buddy Carter in District 1. As we take a look at the slate there, District 1 represents the southeast corner of the state, including cities like Savannah, of course. As for the Democrats, there are 8 candidates hoping to represent our coastal communities there. And you can see the slate here again with about 10.5% of the votes in. So again, very early going as we take a look at these numbers. Just a handful of Republicans looking to take over from Mike Collins in District 10, including State House Representative Houston Gaines. 3 Democrats hoping to flip that seat blue in a district that is considered solidly red, but there are 3 Democrats who are in the running. And again, there's Pamela Delancey with the early lead here tonight on this election night. Running on the Republican side, hoping to replace Loudermilk in District 11, a crowded field with 7 candidates. And you can see John Cowan again with the lead here, about 17.5% of the votes in. As for the Democrats in that race, businessman Barry Wolford and Chris Hardin are going head-to-head tonight. Jonathan Chavis is running as the only Republican looking to replace the late David Scott in the District 13 special election. It is a different story on the Democratic side. 6 candidates are in the running for the seat, including, and you can see here, Jasmine Clark, who at this point right now has the early lead over her rivals for that nomination. And Georgia's newest congressman is back on the ballot tonight. Voters in Georgia's 14th congressional district are deciding whether or not they want to keep Clay Fuller in office. It has been just over a month since he was elected to the U.S. House in a special election. That race triggered by the resignation of former Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who left office after a bitter feud with President Donald Trump. She resigned in January. There are 9 candidates, including Fuller, wanting to replace Greene and win a full term. Of course, Fuller is now the incumbent, and he does have the early lead with 15% of the vote in. Sean Harris is the only person on the Democratic side of the ballot. He lost to Fuller in last month's special election, that runoff election, by roughly 15,000 votes, finishing a lot stronger than a lot of people expected that he would. Make sure to text the word elections to the number that you have here on the screen. It is 470-777-WANF to get election results from tonight's primary sent straight to the palm of your hand. And we'll be right back with more numbers right after this. as they come in. As we take a look at this, is the Democratic primary for governor. Keisha Lance Bottoms with just under 90% of the vote in. Keisha Lance Bottoms with a healthy lead over her three main challengers there, Thurman, Estevez, and Duncan, both of them fighting for a chance to try to keep her underneath the 50% mark. But in the early going, she is well above it at this point. We'll continue to watch that as we move on to the next race here. And we look at the Republican primary for governor. And look at this. Burt Jones and Rick Jackson neck and neck with 18% of the vote in. Again, this looking more and more likely to be a runoff election. Again, only 18% of the vote in, but Burt Jones and Rick Jackson both within a percentage point of each other, 36 and 35%. All right, we go on and we check more numbers in the contest as the polls are now closed. As we take a look at the U.S. Senate Republican primary, Mike Collins, again with 42%, not quite at that 50% threshold to win the nomination outright tonight. Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter coming in tied for second place here, both with 27% of the vote, but both trailing Mike Collins in the early going. And we go and look at more results that are coming in. The Secretary of State, the Democratic primary, these are the candidates here. Penny Reynolds pulling ahead here with 44% of the vote. Dana Barrett, 33%. We move on to the next slate of candidates in this race, the contest for Republican Secretary of State nomination. Tim Fleming with 39%. Vernon Jones polling at almost 30% of the vote, 28% tonight. Vernon Jones coming in second. He could force a runoff in this race. Again, the vote totals coming in. We've got it all for you right here on Atlanta News First. We're coming right back.
News first. This is a special edition of On the Record, Election Night Live.
On the Record, Election Night Live continues right now. We are glad you're with us. I'm Rick Folbaum. The results are pouring in across Georgia on this primary election night. We are watching the race for U.S. Senate very closely as the top of the ballot. It was an easy night for Georgia Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff. He ran unopposed, nobody challenging him, so we can easily confidently declare him the winner on the Democratic side tonight. He is fighting, of course, to defend his seat in the U.S. Senate for the first time since being elected back in 2021. Over on the Republican side, though, it is a five-person fight to decide which Republican candidate will get to take on Senator Ossoff in the general election in November. Let's head out to Atlanta News First senior reporter Patrick Quinn, who is with the campaign for Congressman Mike Collins. And these early numbers must make the people there at the Collins campaign very happy right now. Patrick.
So far, they're feeling pretty optimistic. They have about 41% of the vote, so may not get past that 50% threshold. We could be seeing a runoff here for the Republican side of this race for U.S. Senate. And yes, this is something that the campaign here, they almost expected. And what's really interesting is all the dollars that went into this race. And in fact, the Collins campaign, they said they've only invested roughly $700,000 into advertisements, and that's far less than their competitors. And maybe they're saving some of that money for a runoff, and that's where we're headed right now. Again, Congressman Mike Collins, he's wrapping up his first term in office. He's looking to swap sides, head over to the U.S. Senate, and he has roughly 41% of the vote, and that's with about half of localities currently reporting. So we'll see how the night progresses. Obviously, things can change a lot, but the question may be, who will he face in that runoff? Will it be another congressman, Buddy Carter, or will it be Derek Dooley, who's an otherwise political outsider, but has that big endorsement from Governor Brian Kemp? So a lot to watch, a lot to still watch here tonight, but maybe watch more in the days and weeks to come as we lead up to a runoff. But we'll be watching closely. We are told that Congressman Collins, he is expected to address the audience here at his watch party a little bit later tonight. He's obviously going to feel very happy to see some of these returns. May not get over that 50% threshold to avoid a runoff, but again, looks like he is the front runner to face potentially current Senator Jon Ossoff. So we'll see how things wrap up here in Butts County, but certainly a spirited atmosphere. They're feeling confident. They're feeling hopeful as more returns come in here. We're live from Jackson. Patrick Quinn, Atlanta News First.
All right, Patrick, thanks very much for that. So let's check in now with the Derek Dooley campaign, the former college football coach endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp. Atlanta News First anchor Joe Gorcho joins us now from the Dooley watch party at the Battery. And here we see this gentleman here who has never held elective office, but coming in pretty strong here in the early goings, Joe.
And Rick, he's right in the thick of it right now to get that second spot, which is key to make it into that runoff phase. You mentioned this is someone who's a political outsider joining this race. Let me bring you back to 2020. Derek Dooley and his campaign were telling me when he watched how the federal response unfolded and the inflation that ensued afterwards, it really gave him that inspiration that he wanted to serve and help Georgians. He just didn't know what that would look like ultimately. Fast forward 6 years later, his close personal friend, Governor Brian Kemp, decided not to jump into this race, and therefore Derek Dooley saw an opening to pursue his second calling. His first, of course, you mentioned the former football coach, was between the lines on the gridiron, serving and leading young men on those gays on Saturday. Well, now he wants to serve Georgians on a grander level in a way he feels he can connect with them and help them tackle some of those big issues, from affordable housing to workforce trading and illegal immigration. He really feels his message has connected to Georgians throughout the state. I think the key tonight, and when speaking with the campaign, is winning those undecided voters. They feel that they have a strong chance to pick up more than 50% of the undecideds coming into today, and that could sway whether or not, Rick, they get that second spot in the runoff. But there's a lot of positive energy here. We're still waiting for Derek Dooley to arrive alongside Governor Kemp as well, his close personal friend. That endorsement, I think, playing a huge role, especially these last couple of weeks when we've seen Dooley make that charge in the polls, and you're seeing it tonight. He's right in the thick of it. I think they're only separated Carter and Dooley by like a percentage point right now, so a long way to go, a lot of excitement in the air, and Dooley certainly hopes his message of being held accountable to the constituents and the people of Georgia, and only willing to serve no more than 2 terms, along with his agenda as well to crack down on illegal immigration and make homes more affordable, will resonate with the people of Georgia. Rick?
And we talk about name recognition. The Julie name goes a long way here in the state of Georgia. Of course, his father, the great Vince Dooley, coach of the Georgia Bulldogs for all those years. Also on the ballot, as Joe just mentioned, U.S. Congressman Buddy Carter. Atlanta News' first Bridget Spencer joining us now from a Carter Watch Party in Sandy Springs. And the congressman also right in the thick of it, Bridget.
Well, a lot of the supporters are filing in right now here at Hudson Grill. Buddy Carter, Congressman Carter, just walking in just a few moments ago, took some time to talk with us about how he's feeling. And to put it in a nutshell, he's really feeling optimistic as we see the numbers come in, even though it looks more and more like the possibility of a runoff. Now, we have 4 other people, as we mentioned, vying to unseat U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff this November. Carter was saying that Georgia, he said, does not need Jon Ossoff. They said they need somebody more aligned with values of voters in Georgia. Carter, who's actually from Southeast Georgia, Chatham County, served as mayor of Pooler, Georgia, before joining the General Assembly, then on to Congress, now representing Georgia's 1st congressional district. So on paper, he has a lot more political experience compared to his counterparts he's running against. Now, he is a self-proclaimed MAGA warrior, hoping to push President Trump's agenda forward. With some polls, he acknowledged staying open later tonight. Carter had a message for those evening voters who might be getting in line a little bit late.
Don't give up. I mean, you need to stay in line. You need to vote. That is your right and your responsibility, I would submit to you. And just because the groups that are running this have had problems, that should not deter you from voting.
Now, there is that huge possibility, as we mentioned, for a runoff. Congressman Carter says, despite all of that, he's still feeling good. He says if it goes to a runoff, he still feels that his voter base will certainly turn out. Now, the numbers are still coming in, as we've been talking about. We will continue to watch those numbers tonight. We're live in Sandy Springs. Bridget Spencer, Atlanta News First.
Thanks, Bridget. We have some breaking news on this election night as county election leaders count votes across the state. No precincts in Fulton County are reporting just yet. An official with Fulton County Board of Elections says that at this time, due to state regulations, we will not provide any results until all polling locations have closed. We will, of course, be checking in at these candidate watch parties and following the results and all of the numbers coming out of Fulton County and across the state. But now let's welcome back our panel. Dr. Rashad Ritchie is here. He's a social justice advocate, host of the show Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Political science professor and A&F political analyst Dr. Ben Taylor is here as well. And we are happy to welcome Courtney Kramer, who is chairwoman of the Protecting Democracy PAC and former Republican nominee for Fulton County District Attorney. Thank you all for joining us here on this election night. We just got this breaking news, Rashad, and let me go to you because Fulton County, of course, is going to be where a lot of those Democratic votes are going to come from. And as we take a look at these early numbers, we now know that none of these numbers are going to include any votes from Fulton.
You will know nothing about nothing until Fulton County reports. And keep in mind, this is a new rule. Typically, even if there's one precinct open, you would get precinct by precinct information in. So you would know what's happening throughout the majority of the county prior. However, this time, because you have a precinct that will be open until after 11 p.m. tonight, what the election officials have told us is basically because of the direction, guidance under the new statute, they have been told not to report anything until the last precinct is closed. That's a lot of votes that we won't know until much, much later tonight.
11 p.m., 11:02, I believe, is what time we were told earlier this evening. Courtney, let me talk to you about the U.S. Senate race because we just checked in with some of the Republican campaigns who are watching these numbers as they come in. And we know that Mike Collins has the lead, but Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter are neck and neck, second and third. How is this race shaping up in your estimation?
You know, I think this is pretty much par for the course. We expected this. The GOP expected Mike Collins, I think, to come out as the front runner. I think you had a lot of people who had their support behind Derek Dooley, being another political outsider, kind of like Rick Jackson was. I think that the important thing to remember during this race, though, is that President Trump has not endorsed in this race. It's one of our very key races that he hasn't done anything with, and I think he's sitting back and waiting to see what's going to happen with these election results. And he might come in last minute during a runoff, a potential runoff, to figure out, who can actually beat Jon Ossoff. That's going to be a huge a huge factor going into November to see if he speaks on this race, who he endorses. But it looks like from the results, probably will shape up to be Mike Collins as our nominee.
And we've seen the power of the Trump endorsement in a number of other races, primary races across the country over the last couple of weeks. Let's talk about a runoff election, Ben, because if that's what it comes to in this race for Senate or any of the other contests, which we fully expect will happen, a lot of times you've been doing some research into this, the person that comes in second that forces the runoff can end up actually winning in the eventual runoff election.
That's right. And I've looked over the last 20 years of Georgia's elections. There have been roughly, it includes some general elections too, but just looking at primaries, there have been 20 runoff elections. And in about 30% of those, the second place vote getter on general election night, so tonight, ends up winning the runoff election. So it's not like a common outcome, but it's not impossible. And so that's something that the second place candidate is going to look to say, hey, look, we've still got a chance. We can make this happen, be the comeback kid, a la Bill Clinton, if you will. So that kind of thing.
All right. Stand by, the three of you, please. Election night coverage continues coming up. Right after the break, we'll check in on the candidates in the race for governor as we take a look at the latest numbers coming in. Keisha Lance Bottoms with a healthy 61% lead. And if this holds, she would win the Democratic nomination outright tonight. We'll find out, though. No numbers from Fulton County yet. Stick around. We'll be right back. State senators going there head to head with Brian Strickland coming out at this point, 72% of the vote, enough votes in for the AP to project Strickland as the winner. Of course, this is going to be the Republican candidate who goes head-to-head against Tanya Miller, the Democrat, who earlier this evening was declared the winner in the Democratic primary. On to the race now for governor. And Georgia voters waiting to find out who will be on the ballot in November. A crowded field with 8 Republicans, 7 Democrats, all gunning for Georgia's top job. On the Republican side, it is an 8-man race to keep the Republican Party in control of Georgia's top office. And there you can see Burt Jones and Rick Jackson still neck and neck, 37-35%. Brian Strickland coming in third with Attorney General Chris Carr, 11% coming in fourth with about 24% of the vote in. Of course, that race, again, it looks like more and more heading towards a runoff. Not the case, at least right now, in the Democratic primary for governor, with Keisha Lance Bottoms, the former mayor of Atlanta, 61% of the vote with just over 27% of the votes in. Of course, it is that 50% plus one threshold that's needed in order for a candidate to win outright tonight and not be forced into a runoff with the number 2 winner of tonight's contest. Again, Keisha Lance Bottoms looking as though that is a distinct possibility for her should these numbers hold. But again, as we've been reporting, Fulton County is holding back on reporting any of its vote totals until the last precinct is closed. And that won't happen because of a security scare earlier today in Sandy Springs. That won't happen until about 11 o'clock tonight. So we are going to be waiting for those numbers to come in. Our on-the-record co-host, A&F political reporter Doug Reardon, is in Bucks County at the election night watch party for one of the front-runners in the race, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. And you've talked with a lot of these candidates. We both have, and now we see the numbers coming in here in the early going. Doug, what strikes you? What's your takeaway so far?
Yeah, well, so far, Rick, I think what strikes me is the confidence that the Jones campaign has, and you got to give him some credit for that, because certainly I think in anyone in his position, their confidence would have been rocked by this surprise announcement that we had a couple of months ago that a billionaire was going to enter into this race. Burt Jones was almost the heir de facto to this nomination before Rick Jackson jumped into the campaign, but from the very get-go, they have done nothing but attack him and build up Burt's record as a competent state senator and as someone who knows how to pull the levers of government. And that's what we're hearing from people here tonight. Certainly we know that Burt Jones voted early. They were looking at some of the early voting return numbers and just kind of anecdotally talking to many of the people around their circle and their supporters, and even telling me last week that they had gone out and talked to some people they know didn't vote for them to try and see how they could retool their message. But certainly there is an air of confidence here in the room tonight. Burt Jones may have had the best recognition out of the entire field of GOP candidates, at least positive name recognition, right? A lot of people know Brad Raffensperger, but he was always going to have that problem getting over some of the feelings that the MAGA base held towards him because of the 2020 election. Chris Carr, a lot of people know him for certain suits, including the Cop City lawsuit against some of the protesters there, but he didn't have anywhere near the name recognition, at least in Georgia political circles, as Burt Jones. And so, when we talked to the lieutenant governor just a couple of days ago, he said anything less than an outright win, 50% plus one here tonight, will be considered a bit of a failure. And when he put it in football terms, of course, he was a Georgia football captain when he played for UGA back in the day, and he likes to use these sports terminologies a lot. And he said, we are not playing for overtime here tonight. We are going for the win on Tuesday. And of course, we know that this has been a blistering campaign, and not only a blistering one, but a very expensive one at that. Jones has poured some $20 million of his own money in pretty much the case into this campaign. He had that leadership pact that he and the governor and some other state leaders were allowed to tap that kind of allowed him that advantage early on in this fundraising contest. But Rick Jackson has his own advantage in terms of being a billionaire. He sunk about $83 million into this campaign. And if you just look at Jackson's contributions alone to himself, that by itself would have made this the most expensive governor's race in Georgia history. And so a lot of money being thrown around in this race. And Rick, we know that the results are pouring in here, and we are keeping a very close eye on them here tonight.
Doug, stick around. I want to bring our panel into this discussion, and please feel free to join in. And I want to start with Courtney here, because we talk about Trump endorsements. Burt Jones got one. He's really one of the only candidates tonight running who has the stamp of approval from President Trump, and yet here he finds himself more than likely heading to a runoff against Rick Jackson. So maybe an example here of where the president's power did not quite help to get somebody over the hump.
Yeah, Rick, you're not wrong. And I think what you also have to remember is that President Trump gave his endorsement to Burt Jones before Rick Jackson got in this race. And I think that the president doesn't like to be wrong. He doesn't like to rescind an endorsement. And so you might see something different going forward. President Trump has doubled down on his endorsement of Burt Jones as recently as yesterday, supporting Burt Jones. And so that might be different. But you're right. And I think that the GOP, the voter base that we've seen in Georgia, they want something new. They want an outsider. They want new blood, and that might be Rick Jackson for them, but we won't know because we know that race was 100% going to a runoff.
Rashad, what do you think's going on? The conversations taking place at Keisha Lance Bottom's campaign headquarters right now, as she looks at her numbers, she's at 60+%, looking pretty good here in the early going. While on the Republican side, she's got the two main challengers there battling it out, and more than likely heading to a runoff election.
Well, let me first say I don't know exactly what they're saying there, but I will say this. There's an interesting dynamic with Trump's endorsement that plays into the benefit of Democrats, because there are some Republicans, obviously, who are fed up with Donald Trump, and they're voting adverse to Trump. In addition to that, on the Democratic side, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who could win this outright, obviously, Fulton County not reporting, you would imagine she gets the lion's share of the Fulton County vote. If I'm Keisha Lance Bottoms, if I'm Mayor Bottoms, I'm looking at Michael Thurman. I'm looking at a Jeff Duncan. I'm looking at Estevez. I'm looking at cabinet members or people who will be part of the transition team in order to show unity, because what she has to do immediately, if she wins tonight, she has to consolidate all of these challengers who still collectively received a significant amount of voter support. That voter support needs to all come to her. Everybody has to come home under the Democratic tent, under one individual, and do it quickly.
Ben, as we look at history here, where there are the Republican side and the Democratic side, one of which where a candidate wins outright, the other that is forced into a runoff, do we have any sense of which side stands to benefit, historically speaking, if they get to sit back and watch the other side have to duke it out?
Well, earlier we talked about this a little bit, and Rashad made the point that runoffs give the chance to sort of keep rallying the troops, and that's possibly true for sure. But if you're on the side, so for instance, take the governor's race, if the Republicans have a runoff and the Democrats don't, the Republicans are going to go after each other for a solid month. And particularly with these two campaigns that are extremely well funded, they're going to go at each other all the time over all of Georgia's airwaves. I hope the good people watching our show tonight like campaign commercials. That's all they're going to see. And it's going to be Republican on Republican attacks. And that's only going to benefit the Democratic candidate, whether it's Keisha Lance Bottoms or whoever, presuming that they can not have a runoff. So in general, if you have an opportunity to avoid a runoff, you want to do it.
All right. Stick around, please, both of you. Doug, we'll check back with you in a moment. Again, the Attorney General contests on both the Republican and Democratic side have been called. Brian Strickland, the Republican nominee. Tanya Miller, the Democratic nominee in the race for Attorney General. We've got more results coming in as we speak, and we'll have the numbers for you when we come right back. 14th district for the U.S. House seat, Republican Clay Fuller there has been declared as the winner. That's according to the Associated Press, projected to win that seat. Again, he won the special election. This now will give him the opportunity to run in the general election for the seat that was formerly held by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Again, these are his opponents in the 14th district on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, only one candidate tonight, and it's a familiar one to voters in Georgia 14. Sean Harris, once again, running unopposed for the Democratic nomination. He will advance to the general election and face off against Clay Fuller. Once again, these two going head to head in the battle for that congressional district that encompasses the northwestern corner of our state. Let's move on to the next race here as we look at this is a House district. This is District 11, and Chris Hardin has been declared the winner of the Democratic primary over Barry Wolfert with 33% of the vote in. Again, this is District 11 for the U.S. House of Representatives. On the Republican side, and this is a pretty crowded field right now, so there are still a lot of candidates to sort through, but right now John Cowan is ahead there with 44% of the vote. John Cowan running in that district there for the Republican nomination. Let's move on now. This is the Republican, again, more of the Republican candidates there filling out the rest of that slate. As we move on now to the next race where we look at the results, we were going to continue to follow all of the results as they come in, and a polling place in Sandy Springs that remains open and will remain open until about 11 o'clock tonight because of a security scare earlier today. And because of this polling place remaining open, no results from Fulton County will be announced until after this polling place is closed, 11 o'clock. So we've got quite some time here. We'll continue to follow all of the results and election night on the record live. Coming right back.
Now from Atlanta News First, this is a special edition of On the Record, Election Night Live.
And welcome back to On the Record, Election Night Live. And one polling site in Sandy Springs still hard at work after a nearby police investigation shut down that location for voters for hours this afternoon. Atlanta News First anchor Wale Alayu joins us now. Wale, what happened there earlier today and what's the scene now?
Rick, so Iceland Springs Elementary School is like that annoying sibling that takes forever to get ready, and because they're not ready, everything's delayed for the entire family. That's what's happening here. You can see there's not a lot of lines. Nope, no lines, just one person coming out there. It's been pretty slow here for the last couple hours, although the lines were pretty heavy when things first reopened at 4 o'clock. And again, until 11:02 is when you have to come and vote. And until that happens, Fulton County Board of Elections says it will not provide any results, again, until all polling locations have closed. Of course, as we've been reporting, this one will stay open until 11:02 because the judge approved extending the voting here for another 4 hours and 2 minutes. Why 4 hours and 2 minutes? Well, I'll explain that. Local law enforcement blocked off the area for several hours due to a call of suspicious person dressed in military-style gear who went into the woods nearby after an alleged dispute, followed by another phone call of gunshots in the area. So from 11:58 a.m. until 4 p.m. today, nobody could vote at this precinct. So out of an abundance of caution, Iceland Springs Elementary went on a soft lockdown, meaning anyone who came here to vote was turned away until things reopened at 4 p.m. But some of the folks I talked to, including this first-time voter, says a little delay is not stopping him.
I know how important this is for most people, and being a part of a generation that can get it so freely when my ancestors had to fight for it, had to put their lives on the line, it's really heartwarming that I'm able, even if there was a little bit of a hiccup, I came back, I was still able to do it and get it done.
And get it done, he did. And because everybody does have that right to vote, they will stay open here again till 11:02. See, they're still putting signs on the door. Normally they'd be closed by now, Rick, but 4 hours and 2 minutes later, they're going to be open here. And until that time, Fulton County Board of Elections will not release the Fulton County results. For now, that's the very latest. Live in Sandy Springs, Wale Alayu, Atlanta News First.
All right, the annoying sibling there holding it up for everybody. Wale, thank you. Let's get a check on some of the results of this election night that are coming in here and some of the races that have already been projected. In the race for Attorney General, the Republican primary, Brian Strickland beating Bill Calsert, according to the Associated Press. Strickland, the projected winner with 71%. On the Democratic side, Tanya Miller, the winner there with a healthy 85% of the vote over her challenger, Bob Trammell. And we take a look at the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. The incumbent Democrat Jon Ossoff running unopposed, and so he automatically wins the primary tonight. He, of course, will move on to the general election where he will defend his seat and run for re-election, another 6-year term for the first time since being elected back in 2021. Over on the Republican side, it is a 5-person fight to decide which Republican candidate will get to take on Senator Ossoff in November. And there you see the top 3 vote getters there, still very much looking like a runoff election. Not so much on the Democratic side, where we saw Keisha Lance Bottoms just a moment ago with a healthy lead over her 3 main challengers, Estevez, Thurmond, and Duncan. Estevez and Thurmond there, both at around 13-14%, but Keisha Lance Bottoms hanging on to that 60% threshold that takes her way beyond the amount needed in order to win outright tonight and prevent a runoff election. If we take a look at the Secretary of State race, and these are the candidates on the Republican side. This is the governor's race with the Republican candidates and Burt Jones, the lieutenant governor, out in front of businessman Rick Jackson. Although they are very, very close here, only 2 percentage points separating the two. It is looking more and more like a runoff between those two, with Brad Raffensperger and Chris Carr coming in 3rd and 4th, respectively, with about 33% of the votes in. This is the Democratic primary for Secretary of State. Again, we've got the top 2 vote getters bunched pretty close together. Penny Reynolds and Dana Barrett look to be heading towards a runoff in that race. Again, this is the Secretary of State primary for the Democrats. And as we continue to look at these races on the Republican side, you can see Tim Fleming and Vernon Jones, the top two vote getters there. They would face off in a runoff if these results were to hold. You could see Kelvin King there and Gabe Sterling, longtime aide to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who is running to succeed his former boss. Gabe Sterling coming in with around 12% here, but again, only 30% of the vote in. This, of course, is a job here, the Secretary of State, that has come under scrutiny since the 2020 election. Lieutenant governor's race now, as we take a look at the 5 current and former Republican state lawmakers who are on the ballot in this race, with John Kennedy right now and Greg Dolezal as the top 2 vote getters. Kennedy with 27, Dolezal 23 with 31% of the vote count in. And let's move over and look at the Democrats now, who are in the running for lieutenant governor, the number 2 position in the state. And a pretty close race here between Josh McLaurin and Nabila Parks, again duking it out for 1 and 2. This race looks likely to head to a runoff election as well. Make sure to text the word elections to the number you see on the screen, 470-777-WANF, and we will send the election results from tonight's primary sent straight to the palm of your hand, right on your phone. And we'll be right back after this. Don't go away. Another call to make. The Associated Press is projecting that Burt Jones and Rick Jackson will now face off in a runoff election for the Republican primary, for the Republican nomination for governor. Again, a runoff election between Burt Jones, the lieutenant governor who has the endorsement of President Trump, and Rick Jackson, who is the billionaire businessman who has spent upwards of $80+ million of his own money. These two gentlemen will now square off in a runoff election, June the 16th. We're back with the panel. And let me just go to you, Courtney, as we take a look at those numbers. Is this the scenario that Republicans expected going into tonight?
Absolutely. I think we knew that there was going to be a runoff between Burt and Rick, and you know, as we were just discussing, this is not really good for the GOP, especially with having Keisha probably being the nominee for the Democrat Party. You know, we're going to have a lot of in-game fighting between each other, and I think that, you know, there's going to be a ton of ad buys. I know that the Jackson campaign already has ad buys out for tomorrow morning in anticipation of this runoff. So it's going to be very interesting. People are going to get very annoyed with what's happening. I hope that they're able to pull it out, and it's going to be a very interesting race once that runoff is done. To go forward. And I was just saying that the last two gubernatorial races we've had, specifically between, you know, Kemp and Stacey Abrams, were so close in those general elections. And I think that we are going to anticipate this race being just the same.
Mm-hmm. So, Rashad, we have not heard any kind of declaration that Keisha Lance Bottoms has won outright. But if these numbers hold, and again, these are numbers that do not project or do not show any of the results coming in from Fulton County. We don't know those numbers yet. But what do you think is the calculation here going in if Keisha Lance Bottoms ends up winning and she just watches this Republican runoff as these two candidates are about to go head to head again?
The first calculation is the Republicans are going to rip each other apart in their campaigns against each other, number one. Number two, she has to consolidate, but not during the time when everybody's focused on the two candidates ripping each other apart. Sometimes it's good to be silent. In politics, we like to always say something, be the forerunner. But in this case, I would wait about 2 weeks, allow the Republicans to start their attack campaigns, and then announce a unified Democratic Party. And that unified Democratic Party can include the opponents who are running against her now if she clinches tonight. In addition to that, it can include individuals that show a generational connection between the emerging voters in Georgia, the emerging values in Georgia, and those who are the gatekeepers in Georgia who held it down for us while Republicans were in charge.
Ben, can you remember a race like this where we've got somebody who looks as though he is on sort of an easy path towards his party's nomination, and we're talking, of course, about Burt Jones, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, someone who has never held or run for political office before, but has unlimited money, comes in and turns this entire race upside down?
Well, I can't think of an example in Georgia politics, to my knowledge. It is quite unprecedented. And the key thing to remember is that not only are we headed to a runoff in the governor's race, but very likely in the Senate race as well. And John Ossoff is unopposed. He is a prolific fundraiser, and he is going to, as the Senate candidates are at the top of the ticket, he's going to be able to work with the Georgia Democratic Party to sort of organize a statewide campaign, get out the vote efforts, things like that. And that's the kind of thing you can do when you're not running in a runoff and you're not having these internecine fights with each other. And presuming, again, we can't know yet what's going on with the governor's race on the Democratic side, but if we imagine that somehow former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is able to come out with that victory, then they could work together and have a more, as Rashad was saying, a more unified focus, but generally speaking, work on get out the vote efforts, voter targeting, mobilization. That's the really on the ground hard work of politics that gets lost in all these ad buys and infighting.
All right, stick around. Again, we've got more results coming in. We're watching it all for you. Live numbers as they come in right here on Atlanta News First. We'll be right back. Jackson. We want to check in right now on some of the races here that we're following here in Georgia. And my co-host for On the Record, Doug Reardon, is joining us now. He is in Butts County, Jackson, Georgia. And Sydney Stallworth is with the Jackson campaign. She is at the Battery tonight. And Doug, let me start with you. Give us the mood. What's the reaction been as all of this news has been rolling in?
Yeah, well, I would say, Rick, that it kind of trickled in. People were starting to chatter here on the floor of this watch party, realizing that mathematically there was no way this couldn't be a runoff, even as we await Fulton County to begin tabulating their ballots with the threat that happened there in Sandy Springs earlier. We can't imagine that'll make much of a difference, though. You have to ask yourself how many Republican ballots are really being pulled in Fulton County. Apparently, the AP thinks not enough to make a difference in this race. And of course, we know that Rick Jackson and Burt Jones were both anticipating a runoff. We had Burt Jones tell us last week that was something he didn't want to happen. Of course, no candidate wants to have to run again, and they will have to do that in just a couple of weeks now, but certainly they were prepared for it. We spoke to someone who was working with the Jones campaign almost since day one, and they said from the get-go, our game plan ever since Rick Jackson entered this race back around Thanksgiving time was to be in a runoff with him. Now, we, again, have been saying this all night. This was already the most expensive race in the history of Georgia's gubernatorial electorate. And, of course, now we know that that will continue because there is going to be a lot more money spent on this runoff because that is the last chance you have to message to voters before they go back to the polls. I know Ben Taylor told us that traditionally that the second place candidate tends to do very well in these runoffs. And so we're going to have to keep an eye on those numbers, not to know that it is going to a runoff, but to see who is going to end up in first and second place in this GOP primary. Certainly we know that Burt Jones certainly has a little bit more of an apparatus behind him. We know that Rick Jackson is painting himself to be more of an outsider. Burt Jones endorsed by President Donald Trump. Rick Jackson aligning himself with President Donald Trump. Was it a test of the president's durability and power here in the state of Georgia? I guess we'll have to wait a couple more weeks to see, guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right, let's check in with Sydney Stallworth of the Jackson campaign. And Sydney, we know that Rick Jackson has never held elective office before. He pledged to spend $50 million when he first got in the race. He has, to this date, spent over $80 million in this primary contest. And now he's going to have to spend a little bit more if he wants to win the Republican nomination.
Rick, that's exactly right. One of the most expensive campaigns in the country, let alone in the state of Georgia. I can tell you here that there are several speeches going on. We've heard several endorsement speeches, but it has not yet been announced out loud that there will be a runoff campaign. We've been watching those numbers very closely all night, neck and neck between Jones and Jackson. Jones saying that he doesn't want that runoff, but the Jackson campaign saying that they have been preparing for it. You know, his team announcing that they had been preparing for a media campaign in the event of a runoff and getting ready for voters to head back to the polls in June. Now, as of tonight, we have known that that is what will happen. We still have yet to decide who the Republican nominee will be, so voters will have to head back in June to make that decision. Now, these two have been at the top of the polls for the consistency of the race. They have been exchanging blows on the debate stage. They have also been exchanging blows in political ads. So now we get to see who will come out on top after this runoff. And once again, it has not been announced out loud just yet. I did get the alert, the Atlanta News First alert on my phone, so we are aware of that here, but it hasn't been announced just yet. That's the very latest from here at the Omni. Sydney Stallworth, Atlanta News First.
All right, Sydney, thanks very much. Let's check in on the Democratic side. Former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms with a healthy lead over her Democratic primary challengers. And Alani Latang is at her headquarters right now. She's got about 60% of the vote, and if this holds, Alani, then she would win the Democratic nomination tonight outright.
That's what her campaign had hoped for, and it looks like they're succeeding in that. Exactly what you said, pulling about 60% of the votes here. We do know that her supporters are starting to trickle in here, and we're just waiting for Keisha Lance Bottoms to hit the stage to give us what voters have been wanting to hear from her. Her promises of lowered everyday costs, affordable health care, and a guarantee for 4-year-olds in the state of Georgia will get pre-K. So this is something that she is campaigning on. She was Atlanta's 60th mayor, only serving a single term, then went on to be an advisor for the Biden administration. We're just going to give you a look around the room here as her supporters start to filter in, getting ready. You can see ANF on the screen as well. So stick with us, as we're going to be bringing you here the latest. And we're waiting to hear from Keisha Lance Bottom as she starts to see more votes come in for her. But right now she has a very healthy lead over Jason Esteves and also Derek Jackson, as well as Michael Thurman. So she is polling right now in the lead. Reporting live inside the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, I'm Alani the Tank, Atlanta News First.
All right, Alani, thanks very much. And we're back once again with our panel. Courtney, let me talk to you. And we just saw the two Republican candidates here, those campaigns. Burt Jones was definitely not wanting to have a runoff. Rick Jackson said, we're prepared for that. Let's go. And now we're going to see exactly how these two men are able to try to finish the game here and win it before this June 16th runoff election.
Yeah, you're right. And then also we have to remember that Fulton has not reported any numbers yet. And Rick Jackson's, Jackson Healthcare is in Alpharetta. He lives here. I think he has a lot of the voter base here in Fulton County. So those numbers are going to be interesting to see what's going to happen as Fulton starts actually reporting their numbers throughout the night.
And Rashad, as we wait for those numbers to come in from Fulton real quickly, what are you expecting?
Fulton is an interesting dynamic because you still have a Fulton chair race that no one will know who the chairman of Fulton County will be until after 11 p.m. tonight. So that's going to be an interesting race to watch, something that we can't even discuss due to the new guidance and the rule.
And Ben, final word here as we wrap this hour up. As we wait for these results from Fulton County at 11 o'clock, how much do you think it could change these numbers that we're seeing now?
Well, I think it's going to be really crucial on the Democratic side, particularly for Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, as well as we pointed out, maybe even Rick Jackson as some other candidates. But one thing I've noticed, in just looking at the vote total numbers that are voting today, this is shaping up to be the first time in 20 some odd years that we're going to have a slate of competitive elections at every level of Georgia government. I really can't emphasize how rare that is. It has been a long time since we've had a really solid, competitive Democratic and Republican party.
Ben, Rashad, Courtney, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Election night continues right here on Atlanta News First. Text the word election to the number you see on the screen. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Here's Shirley. Well, good evening. It's almost 9 o'clock, and I wanted to update you on some of the breakdowns for tonight. We've seen a little bit over 2 million voters cast ballots in this primary election. That breaks down about 53% Democrat, 44 Republican, and the remainder, of course, nonpartisan. We have at this point 33 counties who have not yet submitted either early voting or their full or their day of voting. So we're hanging on, waiting for them to report in. An update on Fulton County. They have informed us that they will not be reporting results until their polls close at 11:02. And I think they're going to be talking to the press, I hear, at about 9:15. I just heard on the way up here. So a few minutes ago, it was 40 counties that hadn't yet reported in. Now we're down to 33. And I imagine by the time we get back downstairs, it will be less than that. But Fulton is still out. DeKalb has reported some. Cobb has reported some. Hall and Newton, there's nothing in on them at all. So we're still waiting for those counties to report in. So I can expect we'll see, fluctuation in results. I just can't tell you just how much at this moment.
They're required by law to have reported those by 8. This is not the first election where we've done this now. Is there a concern there that these counties are not getting that done, meeting their legal expectation?
Blake, do you want to comment on? I know that the counties that had to stay open later, right? They don't have to necessarily meet that time frame.
Cobb has passed too, and Hall and Newton, they're.
So there's a caveat in the law for instances where polling locations are open late, and their interpretation of it, their attorney's interpretation of it, is that they needed to hold the results until their last poll closed. We've been in numerous discussions with them, our attorneys and their attorneys, and that's where they're at right now. And so that's what they're letting be known publicly, that they're releasing results when their last poll closes.
In all 33 counties?
No, that is specifically related to Fulton County.
The point is that we know Fulton's got its own issue, but there are a lot of counties that didn't meet their
correct.
obligation.
Now, in those other counties, they should have reported their results by 8 p.m. I know that our staff is in close communication with them. They are working to report the results as quickly as they can. They obviously missed that 8 p.m. deadline, but they're still working to get their results in as soon as they can.
When it comes to Fulton, do you all have a different legal interpretation of this than they do?
We've been looking at it with them, and that's the decision that their attorneys made. I'll let Ms. McGowan speak if she wants to on the law, but that's their interpretation.
Has the lawyer been able to cite the statute that he's going off of?
I believe it's 21-2-483. 493.
And what does that say?
Would you like to?
That particular statute speaks to when tabulation is supposed to start occurring and has the specific provision of when advanced voting results are supposed to be reported, and it's either by 8 p.m. or when all of the polls have closed, whichever is later. So that is what Fulton County is, at least in our discussions with them, is relying on.
They also seem to cite an election board rule 183.112.12D. Is there, if you could add further clarity about what that might mean here too?
Yeah, we've discussed that rule with them as well. It does seem to allow for some more advanced reporting, and so we've encouraged them to look at that to see if that does allow them to start reporting at least some initial results to us, and we have encouraged that.
My recollection is that counties did a great job of meeting the 8 p.m. deadline in prior elections, but now they're not doing such a great job. What's the difference?
So I think a little bit of what you're seeing is that this is the primary election. This is the start of a new election cycle. And so when you get to a general election, by that time, counties have been through a primary election, primary runoff, and maybe some special elections in there, and then they get to the general election. They've done it numerous times. So I think that's part of it. But at the same time, the counties know what the expectations are. I've got the utmost confidence they're going to get the results in, even the 33 that haven't yet, and they're going to be accurate. And so that they are later than what we would like for those counties. But many of them did meet the deadline, and they've worked hard to do so. But the results will still be in soon, even in the counties that haven't reported yet.
Can you say what some of the reasons are why some of these counties are giving for not reporting?
For some of them, there's an opportunity before the polls close to be able to go ahead and close the polls on some of their advanced voting results and prepare those memory cards. for upload. And so if there's a little delay in starting that process, that could lead to you missing the 8 p.m. deadline. But again, if the results get reported at 8:30, 9 o'clock, still valid, still accurate results. And so, you know, even if they haven't reported right this moment, they'll still be reporting soon.
Thinking back to 2020 and a lot of the theories that were out there, we had a lot of complaints about dumping of votes. All these vote totals coming in late at night from Fulton County. Are you concerned we're going to get those same kind of complaints when all of a sudden we get all the vote totals coming in late from Fulton County?
So I think one of the things that we're doing right now is letting the public know exactly when they're going to be expecting those results, and also Fulton County is going to be doing that at 9:15. Again, our attorney's been working with them and their attorneys to see if there's a way to report sooner. But at the end of the day, we're going to follow the law. We're going to follow the Constitution. And if the law says if the law says that they need to wait till 11:02, then we'll follow the law. And as soon as 11:02 hits, I'm sure they'll get those results uploaded. And again, we want the public to know that that's going to be happening, so that they are aware of it and it's not a surprise.
Did you have something to say about that?
Yeah, that's you know, I think we'd certainly like to have Fulton's results in also, but you know, their concern is they still have people voting in the one precinct, and that's what they're concerned about.
Just lastly, can you guys put this in any sort of perspective? We're just over 2 million for our off-year primary election. Where does that rate and what we've seen in the past?
So that's I think that's slightly above where last election was. I think I might have some of those. Actually, I do not. I think we're just a little over 2 million. I think they were just a little under 2 million in the last round. So it's roughly the same. The mix has changed though, and I'll have to take a look at what the Democrat-Republican mix was back then. We can get back to you with that.
So that's where you've seen the difference. You've seen a very different percentage and with how people chose.
Yeah.
So for Fulton County, they're holding up the entire county just because of one polling place?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. The word we've heard from them is that, people are still voting. So I think it's probably best that y'all ask them what's going on as they do their press release in the next few minutes, I think. So.
And this 53% Democrat, 44% Republican. Is that total with the early end day of, or that day?
That's ballots polled.
Okay.
Right. So, and yes, it's full. It's the full 2 million or so ballots. So.
What is your interpretation of what Fulton County's election offices can be doing right now? Can they be counting still? Or I know they have said that they are not going to report until after the polling place closes. But can they still be doing active work?
Yes, they can be actively doing the work, actively preparing the results so that as soon as possible after 11:02, they're ready to upload them and the public's able to know them as quickly as possible.
And that's all we have for right now. We'll try and get back up here as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.